Hello, hello, it's me, Bud Hoodero, and welcome back to the stream. Oh, we gotta play some stationeers today. Day. So let's switch over to the desktop to play some stationeers. Let's switch over to the desktop to play some stationeers. Let's switch over to the game to play some stationeers. Where we have left last time to create a pipe network. Okay, so 3 in between, and then we got the border. So we got border, 1, 2, 3, and the curvature. The curvature is our front. That's what we're gonna do. Baba laba doo. Gotta go straight and straight and straight again. And we need a little bit more pipe so that we can continue with straightness. Yes. Okay, so center, and that's the outer part. So that means we need to have a curvature here. Perfect. I'm gonna add a little bit more straight, 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 and straight. And with that, we are done. With that, I guess. Hip hip hooray. Okay. We gotta continue a little bit. Going in this direction a little bit. To be happy in the end. Yes, we need to go into that direction, and more that direction, and more that direction. Just to be happy. Because we need a ton of pipe. Just because we need a ton of pipe. And I cannot sing. And I know that I cannot sing. Wonderful, right? Wonderful. So, oh, the core. Oh, the jaw. Love it. Gotta switcheroo the batteroo. Bum, 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 bum. Pow! We need glasses. And more pipe. Very epic. What the fuck? Like, holy shit! What was that? Holy smokes! Nothing damaged though. Well, at least I can't see anything being damaged. What the fuck? Nah.
Thank goodness nothing big has happened.
Dun dun dun. Dun 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 ba doo. Wabba labba doo da. Dooby doo ba ba labba doo da. Dabba doody dooby dooby doo.
So I want to keep my stuff aligned with whatever we have prepared down there. So this here is the all-known exhaust pipe. So we have, that's like 1, 2, 3, and that is again the corner. Gotta connect that up, and what the fuck did I do there? That is called stupidity, I guess. That's what I did there.
Yabba labba lub.
Okay, first of all, not the right place.
Hey ho, turtle, welcome to the stream.
And we drop down. And we drop even further down. I don't want to drop down. Gotta work on the pipes. Condensation is happening. Interesting, interesting. Can I reach? Yes, I can. We need a lot more pipe. Yeah. 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 Come on. Please. No, please. Oh, thank goodness. Phew. Okay. So... Oh, a lot of chutes. That's a very long pipe, right? Isn't it? Isn't it? Huh? Huh? Isn't it? Yes. Yes, it is. It's a very long pipe. So... The thing is, we have here a bundle of the 4 tanks. Got expanded with
nitrous oxide.
And what else is missing in our tankeritos? I don't think there is a pure gas missing. So the other option is, I think, I mean, we could put pollutants there, but we don't really need pollutants. Though they have a very good heat storage. But I guess it's still not like, what is like, hold on. Pollutant, let's check that if people do that. Stationeers, pollutant as coolant. Pollutant has a high specific heat, making an excellent coolant. Unfortunately, it's extremely bad for the organic beings. It will severely damage the lungs of most carbon-based. Wait, okay. What is how it's harder to find, making the more abundant pollutant a more preferable coolant? And carbon dioxide is also better than pollutant. Okay, so now we're gonna get rid of pollutants as quickly and effectively as possible. aka dumping it into the world. Gonna pollute the entire world. Okay. With connection here. Oh yeah, because that's the bundle. Then like this here is waste. Maybe another pipe gets added at some point, but that's mostly specific for that, not a general purpose thing. So I would argue that that the fuel will be right, like where next to the
Nitrous oxide.
Yeah, that's the plan. Okay, but so for us to continue, we need pipes. So let's go back inside and grab some pipe. Oh, that rhymed. Back inside, get some pipes. Well, not fully, but good enough. Good enough. Back inside, grab some pipes. Piperinos. Gotta build a little bit of piperinos. So, what does the atmosphere say? Oh, very nice. We are at -1 degrees again. Heating up slowly but surely. Which is all that we needed. Or, well, ever needed. Or ever wanted. Or ever desired. Or however you're gonna call it. That's what it should be. So now I just wait for a little bit of pipe so we can continue on our small little project. Of the deep ore miner, because deep ore miner is producing, well, deep ore, dirty ore, and dirty ore gets centrifuged to ore, and ore gets melted down using the arc furnace into nice little ingots, and ingots are then consumed by the stationeer for various things like total world domination. Yeah. Like terraforming manufactory. Oh, wait. Wait. Manufactures iron thread frames and kit debug? What? Huh? What? Okay, but like Kid Rocket Manufactory says nothing in regards of terraforming. Why does it lie to me? It doesn't have to lie to me. It just hurts my feelings. Sleeve. Oh. Oh, and we are out of iron, it seems. I mean, we probably do have some more. Not in there. Not in there. No? We do not? Really? Huh. Okay. Okay. Means we need to get a little bit more iron. Next time. Oh, and we are at 4 degrees Celsius. Hooray. Wubba labba doodah. Gonna need a little bit more pipe. Ooh.
It's dark outside.
So we can definitely, with those, connect up that pipe, but I'm unsure about the other one.
We will have to see about that.
Yes. Another question is, what about the entrance? What is the exhaust and what is the input? That is input, that is output, and that perfectly matches, which is wonderful. Perfectly matching is always great. Oh shit. that song is repeating indefinitely again. I always turn it on for the bubble beatbox at the beginning, looping that song, but then I always forget to disable it again. Oh, come on. Eh. There we go, and... Duno! Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Okay. We're now the pipe rider. No! Someone has thrown me off my pipes. Okay, now we have better stability. No, not again. Let me stay on my beautiful pipes, please. Okay. And now let's connect up this stuff here. So this is the fuel line. I got some from the stationeers Discord. I got a bunch of tips in regards of the filtration stuff. So yeah, which effectively in the end means that we should have one IC per filtration unit, as it then also has to control two other pumps, so that the pressure differential between input and both outputs is optimal, aka high pressure differential. So input should be high pressure and output shall be low pressure. And especially since one of the outputs is storage, where we intend to have a high pressure in the end, because storing a lot of stuff means, trouble. But okay. So we are out of pipes. We need more pipes connected up to. Actually, we can't just connect it up to there. I mean, that's the fuel line after all, and that's connected to the fuel mixer. We then also need a controller for the fuel mixer, which means we need an IC. And the question is where we're going to put the IC. I mean, we can't just use a filtration unit as IC housing, so we don't need a dedicated IC housing, that is. So that's something of what we can also do. So yeah, let's do that, shall we? Wait, hold on, but we need... That's the big problem.
We need iron. I need iron. I'm Batman, and I need iron.
So, how are we gonna how are we gonna go about that? First of all, okay, those are turned off. They are probably not flashing or whatever. They are probably producing. Yeah, they are producing. Okay. We're gonna turn off this machine here. And then walk over there because we wanna grab a little bit of that. A little bit of iron. Yes. A little bit of iron. Let's grab a little bit of iron. No, we don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. No. Oh, right there. There we go. A little bit of iron. Woohoo! And some more iron. Woohoo! And some more iron. Woohoo! So, problem is we need to get that guy up to temperature. But thankfully we do have a lot of various gases that we need for an operation like that. We do not get the temperature that I desire. I need to pump out that stuff. The problem is with pumping out that stuff is that stuff will explode. But I don't have the iron to manage that. Well, what a bummer. What a bummer. But I have a solution. Well, at least a temporary one. I guess we should do that over here. Because there we got some cable. And that is, the solution is called the arc furnace. Then we don't have to bother about pressure and whatnot. Instead, we can just plug the stuff in, wait a little bit, and then be happy. Turn it on. Let it cook! But yeah, as you can see, that takes some time to fully process the beautiful iron. Hi hi. So, yeah, so there are a few things that I want to do in this stream. So first of all, I want to work on our ore production, our ore processing facility. Like, that's the main goal after all. Getting that one up and running. Which, first things first, we'll be trying to get the combustion centrifuge working in the end. So, yeah, there is that. Other than that, the other question on what we could, what I want to do, well, not really a question, is adding some safety mechanisms to the filtration setup. Most importantly, this guy here having a liquid drain for that, and having a liquid drain for that. I think that one exploded. Well, no. Not necessarily. But there is nothing that should... Problem. Gotta check out the interior. No, we got 15 degrees. That's okay. Looks like everything is fine. Yeah, the problem is, like, here we got a little bit of... We got both. Heating up and freezing. Okay. What a weird concept. But yeah, that is a problem. Alright, the air scrub is working, that's why. And we got here a bunch of liquids, which is also problematic in the end. But I mean, it pumps the stuff mostly through, but it can still accumulate, and that is a problem. So, ideally, we would have a liquid drain and a condenser thingy, so that we can have just a little intermediary one with liquid storage, essentially. Like, I want to have a tank like that, but for liquid, for our waste tank. And I want to have the same thing for that pipe. Well, in regards of that, of the exhaust, I would also be fine with liquid drain that just simply drains the pollutant fluid into the world. That's, I guess, also okay. Okay, so we got a little bit of iron now. We can make a bunch more pipes. And yeah, we need some more CPUs. We need CPUs. We need more ICs in general. Because I said I don't like the logic circuits similar stuff. I rather do the IC programming. So this guy, please make pipes. And you guy.
I want IC. Give me IC.
Gold, steel, electrum, and solder. Gold. Electrum. Solder. Oh. No steel. Got a little bit of steel over here. How much do you need? 4. Okay, it means we can do 1 IC. I intend to create 3 stacks or whatever of pipes. So that everyone is making that, and we gotta drink something. Also, we can open the helmet as the temperature is sufficient now again. Okay, that's enough. So I now need various things. But most importantly, okay, so hold on. Gas mixer. Gas mixer. Gas mixer. Indispensable for producing precise atmospheric ratios. This gas mixer blends 2 gases in proportion, remaining anywhere from 0 to 100%. Is it based on pressure, or is it based on garbage? What influence, like, of 2 gases? Do the gases have to be the same ratio? Pressure and stuff? Stationeers, gas mixer. Temperature dependence. The gas mixer will mix the input gases based on volume of gas in the ratio provided by the setting, but only if the gases at input 1 and input 2 are the same temperature. This means if you're trying to mix volatiles and oxygen at a 2-to-1 ratio, make sure both input gases are at the same temperature. While the gas mixer ignores input pressure, the mixer will take more moles of the colder gas than you would expect. For instance, if you set the gas mixer to a 1:1 ratio and both inputs contain just carbon dioxide, input 1 at 2000 Kelvin and input 2 at 1000 Kelvin, it will take twice as much of the gas from input 2. So your resultant gas will be carbon dioxide at 1333.33 Kelvin. Assuming you're mixing two identical gases with different temperatures and the temperature of the hot gas at input 1 is T1 and the temperature of the cold gas is... Yeah, and then a little bit of basic math there. Precision gas mixing. Holy shit, that looks like a math thesis. When you want to achieve precise output ratio or epistrophe, you must take into account the temperature of the inputs calculating the setting of the gas mixer. Yeah. Yes. Okay, but I need a PEEP analyzer. What is a pressure and valve? Pumps gas into a liquid pipe in order to raise the pressure. Pipe igniter. Pipe analyzer. Is it a pipe analyzer that I desire? Volume pump? Pipe analyzer. Digital valve. The thing is, I want a gas mixer, and the gas mixer doesn't have information about the pressure stuff, so I guess I need a pipe analyzer to do that. Pipe analyzer, 5 watts. Allegedly the outcome of a weekend further daughter electronics project by an overcareless X-Men engineer. The pipe analyzer is essentially a more advanced version of the pipe meter, displaying the internal pressure of pipe networks. It also reads output temperature and gas content connected to a console or computer modern via logic system. Pipe meter. Base power usage. Doesn't have. Okay. Yeah, pipe analyzer is what we need. That guy desires a little bit of steel. So I'm gonna put in here steel so that I can make one more IC that I desire. Wait, for what? For what do I desire one more IC? I don't desire an additional IC. I already have the IC placed in the combustion centrifuge. If it's that one that I desired, but whatever. Electrum, what do you need? Gold and iron. You need gold.
Yes. And iron. Yes.
There you go. Creating a nice little pipe analyzer. So what else? I desire... I mean, we at some point desire pumps for the filtration stuff. But for now, I want utility. Pipe utility liquid. 2 of those. No, wait, 4 of those. And then there's a passive liquid drain. Moves liquids from a pipe network to the world atmosphere. Oh. What else do we desire? I just want the separation. Condensation valve. Allows for the removal of any liquids from a gas pipe into a liquid pipe. Only allows liquids to pass in one direction. Yeah. So I desire a condensation valve and an expansion valve. Okay, I just need valve for some reason. Condensation valve is kit pipe valve and expansion is also pipe valve. Okay. The gaseous form. Kit pipe valve. Copper. That's an interesting combination. Why does it need copper? Out of all things. Okay, gonna grab that and grab it, take it over. Oh, come on. So I want to put in here one of the valves. Then goes in here a liquid storage. Like that. The other one was this intended for over here, but I probably gonna do that a little bit differently. I need a drain. Kit liquid drain. And I do have that. I need that thing. They're gonna put it on the outside and not here. But I'm gonna grab it with, but I have to take it with me. So now then there is additionally this guy here. Gonna put it there. And I need a wrench so I can connect that up. So that needs to be connected then, and then controlled via an IC that I'm gonna probably place. I don't know where. By the way, we're constantly scrubbing. Oh, looking very good. Looking very good. I think we can stop the scrubbing for now. Okay, so we have here a little bit of liquid storage. We just need the valves, and then we're good. Oh, and we have the IC. I'm gonna put that empty IC there for now. What it does, we will see. So now I need 2 valves. I only have 1. I need a second one. And now we need a wrench. Purge valve allows to remove pressure and gas and evaporate liquids from liquid pipe. Similar function back pressure regulator moves gas from the input liquid pipe to the output gas pipe, aiming to keep the pressure of the input at the target setting. Okay. But yeah, our solution is just like complete again. Allows removing liquids from a liquid pipe into a gas pipe. Only allows liquids to pass in one direction. Typically this is done to allow liquid to evaporate into a gas as part of an air conditioning loop. Okay, wait, maybe that is not good. I mean, I only want to allow passing through gas, removing gas from a liquid pipe. Allows for the removal of any liquids from a gas pipe. Any liquids from a gas pipe into a liquid pipe. Only allows liquid to pass in one direction. Okay. Do I need a purge valve? But that one is powered. I think of it as a very suspicious behavior, I must say. It can't be trusted. Anyway, let's eat something and then get outside. So at one point we definitely have to go inside at least once, at least to make sure that the so we can program the mixer. Okay. Ugh. Nom, nom, nom. Got a little bit too much pipe, to be honest. At least outside. I mean, that we've produced those, it's okay. It's nice because now we have them and we can rely on them. But I could have just put them into the storage for now. That's what I wanted to say. There we go. So that's the fuel pipe. Getting cold really quickly. Should have been insulated. But I decided to not do that because I'm idiot. Because I didn't want to waste so much precious materials on it. But the problem is at certain pressures it becomes liquid. Fuck. So either I'm replacing it with insulated pipes or I have to die. Something like that. That's such a bad issue. That's not good. I have so much pipe. My goodness. I have so much pipe. And it's all useless because it needs to be insulated. But yeah. I should have been punished. So... can totally see it. I should have been punished, and it did punish me. So, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I accept that fate. I totally accept that fate. That's not good. That's not good, guys. That's not good at all. What shall I do? What shall I do? What shall I do with a drunken sailor? What shall I do with a drunken sailor? What shall I do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Well, I mean, we've got that now. I wanna check up on that. So far, no condensation. Even though we got a bunch of pollutants in there, but the liquid stuff apparently seems to be successfully be drained into the tank. Pressure is even decreasing now. Interesting, interesting. Okay, CO2 is freezing. But stress is still at 0%, which is good. No, 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 no. Now we have a little bit of volatiles in there, but that's okay. That's okay. What does that pipe say? Nope, nothing. Okay, very good. That's some excitement we got here. Okay, so the problem is I need a shit ton of steel and silicon to create insulated pipe. Because otherwise, fuel says, uh-uh. I mean, I could try to heat it, but with a pipe heater, but that sounds like a bad idea. Or whatever the correct term is for something like that. Okay, nothing in there, which is totally fine. No stress, no nothing. No stress there, no stress here, no stress there, and no stress there. Tanks are also fine. They are all correctly at room temperature. Well, except the CO2. I mean, it got we just dumped a lot of stuff in there that was cold, so kind of to be expected in the end. But okay. Yeah. Well, that stuff is running perfectly fine. So yeah. The thing is, insulated pipes. I guess as much insulated pipe as possible, as it can, like, adding it simply helps. You could say. We have a little bit of insulated pipe,
But we need more.
and for that we need
Steel.
So let's put in some steel and some silicon. And then let's make 100 insulated pipe. Because that's how much the resources in there. It's a 1-to-1 ratio, as you can see here. And we leave a little bit of steel for stuff that we might need. And we have still a little bit of silicon left. So let's... how much it produces is controlled by the amount of available silicon. So there's that. And while that one is running, first of all, let's get rid of this iron here. Bam. While we're waiting for that to happen, I mean, I still have, for example, this stuff here that I can't build, as we have to dismantle the other stuff first. So I'm just storing it in here for now, so that I simply have a little bit of space available to do that thing, those things. I'm gonna change the battery for the arc welder, so that that one is running. Oh, and maybe for the laptop as well. No, laptop is fine. Okay. So yeah, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna program the chip, the gas mixture chip. The thing is that one needs to be placed in here, and that means that this guy here shall not control the machine over there anymore. Which means I gotta turn this guy off, and instead, wait, yeah. So what is it? That should be NO2. Yeah. No, not NO2. N2. Yeah. N2. And that is exactly what we're gonna control. But before that, gotta switch up the musicarino! The musicarino! The musicarino as we want that. The musicarino, the musicarino, The music arena. Uh-oh. What makes noises? What guy makes noises? What the fuck? The fuck? I can't find that one. There's one deep house mix that I would have wanted to check out. Can I search in a YouTube playlist? Ah, that one it is. I think.
Good morning, guys. My name is Chris Luno, and this is the Mountain Sunrise House Mix. Here we go.
I think it's that one. I'm unsure. Okay. So I want to program that guy. No device. There we go. That's what I wanted. Gotta tuck away my my EVA suit and run around without it. Now that the temperature is back up. Well, or we have to go out and fill our coal guy with a little bit of coal.
You're here because you know something. What you know, you can't explain.
Come on.
But you feel it. You felt it your entire life. Like a splinter in your mind. Driving you mad. It is
There we go.
this feeling that has brought you to me.
Forgot to switch the battery. Okay. So we got a
Program.
now a little bit. So we gotta delete all of that, and that is so frustrating, as I cannot select across multiple lines. What the fuck? Okay. So the thing is, we have here filtration, for example. So we want to do different things. By the way, we don't need that stuff. Interesting, we start with line 0. Okay, so the thing is, our main we care about two things, and that is gas mixer D0, and we care about mixture, which is D1. And depending on the pressure of mixture, we then want to do different things. So, pipe analyzer. What does it provide? We mostly care about one thing, and that is
Pressure.
here, pressure. It's just called pressure. Okay. So we load into register 0 mixture the value pressure. And then we say, is it less equal? We store that value in R0. And we want to check if R0 is less than mixture pressure, which we gotta define. And we define mixture pressure with what value? How much pressure do we think it is capable? How much pressure do we want to have in our fuel line? I would say 1 megapascal. For now, we can change it at some point later. Okay, and then we store the value in gas mixer of type on, the value placed in R0. And then we also say gel filtration, so that we also do the filtration step down there. Okay. That should handle most of it. Mixer. Paint mixer, gas mixer. That one has a read write for on, which is what we care about. And setting is probably the mixture setting that we want to stay as is, but we care about on. So with that, if the pressure of our mixture pipe is less than mixture pressure, R0 will be set to 1. And this value gets set on the on value of the gas mixer. Also, we gotta yield the loop and confirm. We gotta export We're gonna place that in here. Gonna turn it down briefly. And now we gotta configure the stuff. So, gas mixer. Hold on, one step back. Gas mixer. And... filtration. Oh, wait. It's not connected yet. We gotta do that now, quickly. So, there we go. And down. And connected. Do I have to turn it on or is it automatically running? There we go. Mixture. Oh, I looked at the wrong thing. Pipe analyzer. There we go. It's running. Gas mixer is turned on. Good. So that one should now increase the pressure here. Until we reach 1 megapascal. And it's turned off. Perfect. So we do have now automatic pressure control. Which is perfect. Which is exactly what we wanted. So, okay, automatic that. We have now safety in here. We have safety for that. Very good. Gotta drink something pretty quickly. Next step is we're gonna grab our insulated pipes that we've produced. I thought we produced 100. Oh, because the power went down. Fuck, that's why. Okay, now let's try out something. Check out something if they made something cool. If they implemented a little bit of a quality of life feature, you could say. And that is easy replacement of normal pipes with insulated pipes. God damn it. Oh god damn it. Nope. That's sad. I mean, the exhaust is usually hot anyway, and we have a liquid dump, so there is that's not a big issue here. And the liquid dump is in a warm place, so it slowly gets heated up, evaporates, and back into gas, and then we're good. So it's only really the fuel line that is worrying, as that stuff used there cannot go anywhere else, essentially. There's nothing else for them to do besides bursting the pipes if they lose their necessary temperature. We're gonna leave the insulation off in the bottom area. In the atmospherics room. There we're gonna don't use the insulation, as it helps us keep the temperature of our fuel line at the desired values, after all. Okay. And that's all we can do in regards of convection for now. But we're producing more insulated pipes, so that should soon not be a problem anymore. Okay. Stuff that is in there doesn't exceed any stress. Why does it not oh yeah, okay. The thing is, like, if we check oxygen again, that is part of the stuff that's in that pipe. At a certain pressure, at a certain interesting pressure at the temperatures that we have to work with, we are at minus 140, though it can get up a little bit more if there is a storm. Then you can see already at the pressure of 238 kilopascal, it would liquefy. I mean, okay, thankfully right now we don't have that pressure, but considering what I decided to want to keep 1 megapascal pressure in that pipe, that would burst. I mean, that would create a lot of liquid and make the pipe burst. Not good. Hence, I'm gonna switch stuff up for insulated pipe. Okay, by the way, that's not the deep house that's not the deep house mix that I desired, but it's still a good one that I also know. But there's one other particular that I actually wanted to do. Okay, so we got a lot of pipes now. Once we're done with that and have connected up everything, I'm gonna check up on the temperature levels, if the temperature levels are decreasing or not. If they are, we gotta add a heater, pipe heater. I'm unsure where I'm gonna place it and if I'm really using a pipe heater or how we're gonna go about it, but that's like one option. Another thing that, for example, at some point, but probably not now, because for now I have enough of the atmospheric stuff. I wanna continue on our project here. Is I want to add a lot of direct heat exchangers for every storage gas that we have, so that we can quickly and easily get the temperature, equalize the temperatures between those, which is, as we have noticed, very useful for the gas mixer, for example. Though now, since we are already using a since we are using IC right now to control that one anyway, we could also think about using that using that math to independently of the temperature control the contents. That's certainly something what we could do. Controlling the mixture rate, certainly something that we could do, but that requires that one IC to also connect up to 2 more pipe breeders, and that the housing we're using doesn't support that, so we would have to use an like an IC housing instead of the filtration unit as IC housing. That could be not good. Doesn't have to, but could be not good. Okie dokie, here we go. Okay. And all of that is now nice little gas. So temperature is increasing, mostly because we are pumping warm stuff in. But if we check out what we convect, it's 80 joules. Okay, it's minus 80 joules, which means we are heating up, right? Or are we cooling down? If we convected, that's, stationeers convection. Pipe network convected. What's the sign of the convected value? That my pipe convecting minus 25 joule. Does that mean that it is heating up or is it cooling down? Cooling. It's losing 25 joules of energy to the environment. Okay. So the gas that's inside is slowly cooling. Good. Well, not good. So we should try to find a solution about that. AKA heating it up. And for that, I don't know. Maybe a pipe heater. Yeah, sure, Panna. Pipe heater. Maybe a pipe heater. I mean, it's a few joules. Kit pipe heater gas. Ah. Hunger caution.
The music plays over and over in the chest. Sometimes you turn onto your stomach to muffle the song. Sometimes you turn over and allow it to serenade you. To lullaby you.
The thing is, that is a little bit weird, you know? The more I heat up the pipe, the less it convects. What the frick? That doesn't make any sense.
To start here. To lift this new glimpse you found. Carry into evening.
Holy shit.
Want from the day. What can anyone give you greater than now? Let us start here. In this room. In this moment.
Very interesting. I think whatever that Reddit guy is saying is wrong. Are you sure? No, I checked in more detail. My pipes were 4 degrees and the air was 25, and the pipes were actually slowly getting warmer. Also, radiation was positive, but only at 1 joule for reference. Yeah, are correct. I like to think it was shedding heat. A negative value means we are not shedding heat. You're gaining it. Okay, so we didn't need the heater. The most upvoted comment is wrong. Good. Okay, so because I also thought like more convected means I give it to someone else essentially, and if I have negative, that means I gain temperature. So yeah. Okay, then there's that. Okay. But I guess having a heater there is not bad at all. That seems to have helped quite a bit. So yeah. So now I'm just hoping to... Oh, is it already empty? Yeah, it is. Okay, that was quick. I didn't expect that. Cool. Because that means that stuff can work now again, which is lovely. Okie dokie, so that stuff can run. Nate! Okay. I can get rid of the pipes that we have. We have now a lot of pipe. Holy shit. Like, look at how much pipe we got. All these smokes. Okay. Cool. Cool. What does... Okay, so the mixture... Oh. What? Damn it. We are out of volatiles. Interesting. It's time for our melter. For our melterino. I mean, we got a lot of volatiles here after all. Ice creature is heating its atmosphere to 288 Kelvin. Okay. It's just a very few more Kelvin. Gas mixer is hoping to mix up more gas, but there are no volatiles left, sadly. 28! There we go. I guess that will take a little bit. It's fine. For something like that, a bunch of chutes and an ice crusher in the cryogenics area would be preferred, because then I can pump in a little bit, a bunch of this ice. The ice crusher then tries to melt it, and we're good to go. So, oh, I forgot to also put down the insulated pipes. Then, when we have the insulated pipes, we're gonna eat and drink, and then let's fucking go. Then we gotta check up on the other machinery. Then I'm gonna well, what do you wanna check on the other machinery? Well, then I'm gonna check if I can work on the. I'm gonna try to program the combustion furnace, combustion centrifuge. Sorry, that's the plan at least. And that was gonna be interesting, I would say. So, well then, let's put on our EVA suit, close the helmet, and cycle through. There's not much we need, after all. We only need our laptop for programming. I want to check something. What kind of lights are there? There must be a few better lights. Wait, a light sword? Oh, creative only. Oh, come on. Lamp. Light. There are no floodlights. That's a little bit annoying, you know? I would love to have a floodlight. Like, putting down something like that and then have 4 lights mounted on top of it would be so good. To light up a nice outside area, but I don't have such a thing, which is sad. I would love to have some lights here, but the lights that we use here don't have a far range, which is a little bit annoying. Okay. Also, before we're gonna continue, gotta get rid of the terrain here a little bit. Damn it. No battery. Battery's probably drained due to the coldness of the Europa. So there is a hole. Okay. So, we want to program that guy. So there are like multiple things in regards to that. So like, I want to program these here, the sorters, and the arc furnaces. The arc furnaces can easily be controlled via the batch write. Then we just batch write activate to 1 every now and then that is good. More problematic becomes writing the sorters, because the sorters are individually do have to be individually each. But there are ways I've been told with like stack and direct hash referencing. So yeah, there's that. Gotta try that out. Maybe. But for now, main focus is this lovely guy. The combustion centrifugon. So I would say let's read upon that one first before we try to code it. Combustion centrifuge. So, a lot of text. The combustion centrifuge is a gas-powered version of the centrifuge. If a recycler or unbalanced furnace outputs reagent mixture rather than the desired ingots, the centrifuge allows it to reclaim the raw ore. It also refines dirty ore produced from the deep miner and dirty ore produced from rocket miner. A combustible fuel mix should be supplied to the gas input, and waste gas should be vented from the output. The machine's RPMs must be controlled via the throttle and combustion limiter. The RPM, revolutions per minute, must be controlled by the throttle and combustion limiter levers. Okay, 2 levers to control the thing. If the combustion centrifuge gains or loses RPMs too fast, it will experience stress and eventually grind to a halt. Higher RPMs directly result in faster processing speeds. The throttle lever controls the amount of fuel being pulled into the machine. The throttle lever controls the amount of fuel being pulled into the machine, increasing the temperature inside the engine and leading to an increase in RPM. The limiter lever influences the speed of the combustion and how much uncombusted gas is in the exhaust. Ejecting ore from the combustion centrifuge while it is at high revolutions per minute will result in additional stress buildup. If turned off while not stressed, the machine will automatically start to brake and reduce RPMs in a controlled manner. And then there are like a bunch of things for us to read and do and whatnot. Okay. I mean, first we could try to control it manually. Just for the funsies. So to get a feel, just so we get a little bit of a feel for the machine, essentially. I'm confused.
Look into my eyes. Tell me what I can do. Keep me safe. Dance with me.
Wait, the throttle lever controls the amount of fuel being pulled into the machine, increasing the temperature inside the engine and leading to an increase in RPM. The limiter lever influences the speed of the combustion and how much uncombusted gas is in the exhaust. So I don't get... I don't understand what the limiter does. Or what the limiter is used for. That is how much fuel gets injected. And that's how efficiently it gets burned. Which is overall confusing, to be honest. Okay, I don't... Okay, so this is the main power strip. My idea is to grab it and pump it up so that we can make use of it for our own means. But it needs to be aligned a little bit differently. There we go. So this is the heavy cable that comes after the battery. Okay, very important distinction here. But it's very interesting to us. As I'm gonna try to connect up this stuff here like our deep ore miner to our battery. Okay, it's overstressed. I get it. What do we have to wait for now? Wait for the exhaust or? What do we have to do to get that one working? I mean, they first have to dig all the way down to the bedrock, after all. That will take some time. Let's grab some more chutes in the meantime, so that we can connect up that guy. I must say, very lovely. That seems to... The atmospherics here, they seems to work just fine, which is great. So, okay. I'm gonna go and try to grab some chutes. Or make chutes. So that we can connect up the other guy. The plan is to create a little bit of dirty ore with which we can run the centrifuge. Okay, yeah, no chutes left. I suspected as much, so let's build some. So we're gonna make a few basic chutes, and with those we're gonna connect up the old deep ore miner. Yep, that's gonna do. Suit power. Also, that one still is. Okay. And the other stuff has to charge first. I also want the window here. Oh, the machines are full. It's kind of a blessing, as I can then grab that stuff and take it to over here. I need a chute inlet. Flip-flop, valve, overflow, inlet. I can then also do a junction here and do a corner there. Bam. And then I can do the following. And it goes into the stacker. That now misses a little bit of power. Come on. Let me through. Perfect. So yeah, inlet where we can throw in dirty ore that we get from God who knows where. I need a stacker. I need to grab that guy here. Put it over there. Spin that thing up a little bit. I'm gonna turn it on. Then I'm gonna check. Okay, it sadly does have some dirty oil in the inlets. Oh, the vending machine is running. Okay, that guy is done. Damn it. A little bit annoying thing is that you can't determine if it reached the bottom or not. You would have to check if it outputs an item or not. It's the only way. Actually, hold on. Maybe. Okay, that one reached the bottom. Export count. Okay. So they all reached the bottom. That is good. And now I'm gonna turn those off. For now. And I'm gonna get rid of various things. Mostly that thing. So I can finally walk here. Hooray! Okay, so only those here do have some power to process that little bit of dirty ore. And this guy here has a little bit of contents. Damn it. I do not know how controlling combustion centrifuge works. Fuck, I didn't want to do that. Nah, too late. Okay. Centrifuge seems to be done. So now we gotta wait for them to fully slow down and then we can dismantle them. I mean, okay. Then we have to wait for them to export. And now we can dismantle them. Ah! Vending machine is full. It seems like it. Logic sorter. Straight, straight, corner, and window, and straight, and stacker. Do we want to first work on the sorters, or do we want to first work on the combustion centrifuge? I want to label everything now of what they are gonna do. Copper, silicon, silicon, gold, silver, it's arc furnace, silver, and stacker, silver. Okay, we gotta head inside, drink something, eat something, recharge, and then we go from there. But yeah, the don't know, I'm just tired. Tired, okay. But yeah. So, hand drill. And angle grinder. Labeler. Terrain tool. Oh, and flashlight. Yeah. Okay, so we have a few machines here
Thanks for watching, you guys.
that we don't need.
I wish you a great week. Cheers.
Thanks. Is Luna. That one is the one I desired. Yes. That's the one. I loved that first track. Great one. So, we don't need those centrifuges. Then we have a few steel sheets for you. The rest, except the tracker, I'm gonna keep. Okay. But I'm gonna grab the arc furnace that we got, the stacker, and the sorter. Because we now have the space for that, for those various things. So, good. Drinking something, eating something, all of that. Okay. So I think, yeah, no, yeah, no. I think I'm gonna do first the sorting facility, as that one is also useful without the dirty ore stuff for manual stuff, or like when I collect manually ores, because then I can just dump them in essentially, and it does the job for us. So, okay. It then sorts the ores, stacks them together with the other existing ones, and it then also ensures the that the stuff gets melted down. So yeah. So I think I'm gonna do first the sorterinos, and then we're gonna do the combustion centrifuge. As a kinda also, I also think that the script for the sorters may be more difficult to achieve, to get done properly. But we will have to see. Okay, but even before that, I want to work on our facility here. I mean, we got the new stuff now. Oh, damn it. Okay. That last sorter can't be placed because of those two wind turbines. We will see how that will go. Okay, so that was silver, right? What's left? I mean, okay, we can melt nickel, we can melt. So we can melt nickel and we can melt lead. If I remember correctly. By the way, hold on. What is reagents? Ah, that shit. Oil? Soy oil. Okay. Acetone. Fern. Okay. Anyway, ores. So we got gold, we got silicon, space ice. We got silicon, we got silver, we got copper, we got iron. So what's left is lead and nickel of the meltable ones, because cobalt can't be done. Okay, so I guess we have one arc furnace. Essentially. Which can make use of something. Yeah. Ah, okay. Phew. There we go. But I don't have enough chutes for that guy. Interestingly enough. Okay. One more sorter over there. Ah, damn it. Change up a little bit on where I'm gonna run those cables. So we go straight, and then theoretically it goes in here. Over here we go straight, and this time only curvature. And over here we also go simply straight and connect up wherever we got. Go straight and connect there, and then we go straight again. Zack, zack, and curvature. Because here it goes in the last arc furnace. And we have to junction out a little bit all the time to power up the stackers. Which is quite funny, as that is exactly the slot where we're gonna power up this guy, the vending machine. Then it's a curvature inward to the stacker. But that's for some other time, I guess. Okay, we are out of normal cable now. Interestingly enough. Okay. For now, curvature. Over to here. Area power controller. You come with me. Most like that. I mean, it's not ideal, but it will do for now. Battery in, turn it on. And let's connect up using these heavy cables. Okay. So that stuff is connected up, which is lovely. I need more frames for over here. But other than that, looking pretty wild, I would say. Got a label, right? So this here is silver. Then this here will be lead. Lead. And then this here will be nickel. Then we're gonna make coal. Oh, well, we could do first cobalt and then coal, I guess. Just so like that we really, here we got all the ores. No, not copper. Cobalt. And over here we then have additionally coal. And confirm. So that's how we're gonna roll, I would say. So now we're gonna try to do some interesting stuff. So there is like I don't know how it was called, like branch load, something like that. Batch load or whatever. Loads logic slot type from slot index. Loads logic type from all output network devices with provided type and name hashes using the provide batch mode. Average, sum, minimum, maximum. Can use either the word or the number. And with that name hash, we can reference anything. Essentially, so LBN is the winner, you could say. So LBN, then to whatever register, and then we have to provide a device hash and a name hash. 1, and then we have to provide the logic type that we desire. Okay, wait, that's load, but there's also like store. Loads logic slot type, okay, so logic type. So that is like stack or something. So we go to logic sorter. We can already figure out one thing. Prefab hash. So, contains an internal memory, which is assess to check whether something should be sorted. When an item is in the import slot, the stack is checked, and if the result is true, the thing is moved to the export to slot. Otherwise, it's moved to the export slot. It's used in how the stack. The mode is used in how the stack is assessed. By default, the mode is all, so every instruction in the stack would need to return true. Okay. We will check upon what the instructions does and what the modes do. There we got a bunch of information in regards of that. But for now, we have that. And we gotta put that here, because that's the device hash. Next up is the name hash. But there should be... any valid text characters, any binary number, and then there's hash. Any text inside will be hashed to an integer before processing takes place. Use this to generate integer values for use where the hashes are required. And then we can do this, so we can say hash. Apparently. Okay. Needed some text. And then we can, for example, provide some certain names. So this, how's it called? Logic sorter copper. I wanna abbreviate a little bit, because that reduces the amount of stuff that we have to write into the EEPROM, and I'm a little bit worried. But okay, no, wait, actually, let's do the optimization later. For now, logic sorter copper. And that's the logic sorter iron. Gonna copy that. And we gotta use it in here. House. And then place. Logic sorter iron. So now, what do, like, okay, so this is LBS. Is there SBN? Yes, there is. Perfect. Because then we're gonna do this. Device hash. Name hash. SBN, device hash, name hash, logic type, and register. Logic type is now something in here. So there is power mode on lock, clear memory, internal memory. Sorter instruction, filter prefab hash equals OP code 1. Filter prefab hash equals. Filter prefab hash not equal. Okay, very simplified instruction set. Limit net execution by count. Next execution by count. Okay. Filter quantity compare. Filter slot type compare. Sorting class compare. Prefab hash not equals. Prefab hash equals. Okay. Before I'm gonna continue with that, I need to check one more thing. And that is the outputs. What is which output? Doesn't tell me that. That's a little bit frustrating. Like, what is output 1 and what is output 2? What is output and what is output 2? That's the question. Would be nice if it could tell me that, but no. I'm special. Frustrating. Okay. So this is sorter setup. And we gotta push stuff. Power is low. Yeah, okay. Another question is how we gonna write to the store memory. Clears the stack memory for the provided device. Seeks directly for the provided device that clears the stack memory of that device. Set. Perform split with logical. No. Okay, I need to where we have a device. Wait, here. Okay, never mind. Don't need a device. Stores register value to logic type on device by direct ID reference. Oh, that's the direct. Okay, direct ID. That could also work. Okay. Okay, let's check for stack stuff. To the stack at SP. Using the provided device attempts to write the provided value to the stack at the provided address. Okay, it needs to reference. Seeks directly for the provided device ID. Attempts to write the provided value to the stack at the provided address. Ah, okay. But of that device. Stores the provided value at the provided address in the stack. Peek. Get D. Seeks directly for the provided device ID. Attempts to read the stack value at the provided address and place it in the register. Okay. Using the provided device attempts to read the stack value at the provided address and place it in the register. Seeks directly for the provided device ID and clears the stack memory for that device. Wait. Seeks directly for the provided device ID. Ah, and clear. Okay. So we care about put D. It seems. Okay, wait, hold on. So put D. We then have to provide the ID of the thing and then the address, and then what value we want to put in there. And the value is this stuff here, this instruction. Well, we have to do a little bit of bit logic. Oh wait, right, we can do that. Now the weird thing is that I have seen that at least. We can either say sorter instruction. Oh wait, how? Yes, sorter instruction, filter prefab hash equals. Like that. But like, I'm still confused a little bit as to how that works. I mean, we only store byte 8. Like, does the addressing work on a bitwise thing? Or are we using 64-bit integers in the IC10? Or how exactly do we have to do that? Do we have to AND some stuff? Or how does that work? Okay, stationeers, logic sorter example. Logic sorter. Maybe the wiki has a little bit something. Has something on that. So we define item steal. Okay, you can. Okay, what? Item steal ingot. That's interesting. I'm just trying to learn a little bit. So steal would be, for example, hash item steal ingot. Okay, filter instructions. Check the game's station PDF format instruction site for formatting and instruction sizes to determine how to populate the memory. We want that the station PDF fails to document the endianness. Bit 0 is the least significant bit. While the Stationpedia does document the logic sorter as 256 bytes of memory, its addresses are 32 times 8 byte 64-bit numbers. If you wish your sorter to send steal ingots to the second output, you should place the value interesting number into memory 0. More complicated programs will have to consider whether they want to use mode 0, match all, mode 1, match any, or mode 2, match none. It is more readable and to calculate the instructions using IC10 like this. So yeah, it does a little bit of shifting around. Okay, so that means IC10 in general integers are in 64. Otherwise, that doesn't work. What it does right now, what it does there. So yeah, it puts D into a specific sorter at index 0. A very specific value that it calculates now. So in R0, it combines R0 with sorter, instruction, filter, prefab, hash equals, aka the stuff that we copied. So okay, that means we have now a 64-bit integer with bit 0 being the least significant bit, which is like totally normal. Bit 0 is the least significant bit. Well, okay. Also the question is, what is bit 0? I guess. But like, we think about numbers like that, and then this here is the least significant bit, and this is bit 0. But like, it doesn't matter what number that bit is. That is the least significant bit. That's all we care about. And numbers are stored like that. Okay? Good. So that's the least significant bit. And if we check now in this here, then we can see, okay, that's why what is 0 and stuff. But okay, so yeah, so that means 0 to 7 is OP code, which is this here, filter prefab hash equals, which is 1 in the end. But like, this means that this here will be set essentially by this instruction down here to the following value: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is what this does. Now we have to define everything in front of it. And this consists, as we can see by the stuff in here, of 32 bits of prefab hash and unused stuff that's not needed. And that is done by the following thing. We make a left shift, so we can check that. SLL, that should be a bitwise left shift. Performs a bitwise logical left shift operation on a binary representation of a value. It shifts the bits to the left and fills the vacant rightmost bits with zeros. Very good. That regard of the zeros, but because we have to OR it here. Okay, but it shifts it over. And then stores it in the resulting register R0 and performs a bitwise logical left shift on the binary representation of a value. The thing is, it doesn't tell me what A and what B is, interestingly enough. But apparently A is the number and B is how much it gets shifted. So we use the number steal, which is that hash up there. And we shift it by 8 because we want to skip those 8 numbers that are our OP, our operation. Oh, our OP ID. So the thing is, like, this steal here apparently needs to, like, if that is like item steal ingot, if we check steal ingot, I mean, at least that's how it sounds for me. Like, that means that prefab hash, this here has to be the same as that, as hash item steal ingot. But at least we can now copy that, put it in, and it gets us the same hash. Apparently, I mean, that's at least the code example it gives me there. And that is, to be honest, lovely. Okay. So then, so that is steal, and we store that here. And then there is one more thing of interest for us to do, and that is to clear D0. Oh well, we can make an alias our device to R1, for example, or whatever. Oh wait, no. So we store this here in R0, and this here is our device. Device. Okay. And with that, we seek directly to provide device ID and clears the stack memory of that device. So we have to clear out the stuff. And then we also have to do one more thing, and that is SD. Yes, our device mode 1. So mode 0 is that every instruction within the memory needs to return true for the item to be put into the output 2. 1 means that any instruction in there has to return true for it to output in output 2. And 2 means that none of the instructions should cause that, essentially. So now this seems to be good. Okay, I'm gonna change that a little bit now, so R1 and R1. Okay. So this here is how we're gonna set up sorter, essentially. And we jump back to the return address. Oh, and we're gonna change that a little bit, like that is R0 is from now on what is the device, and very important, R1 Okay, so R1 is the value that we want to do things with, essentially. Like that's the prefab that we want to sort for. R0 is the device. R1, R1, R0, R1, and jump back to RA. So that is this. Now, the thing is, what do we do here now? I can always set R0 and stuff. I want to now store the device IDs and all the other related stuff inside of our stack for now. So, how are we gonna do that? Well, I first gonna push the device ID, and then I'm gonna push the whatever we want to filter. Then again the device ID, and then the filter. What we want, then what we want to filter. And if the device ID is 0, that means we have reached the end. Essentially. That's the idea. So, now... Okay, instead of that, we have to grab the IDs, essentially. So, yeah, SD stores register value to logic type on device by direct ID reference. The question is, what is the direct ID of stuff? We can figure out that using this. $1100E. Or we can try to get the ID based off the name. That would be an interesting thing. Hold on, wait a sec. Hold on. Can we... I mean, okay, that's reference ID. Can we grab the reference ID? So, let's see. Logic sorter? Logic sorter. We want the reference ID. Can we get it from here? Yes, we can. Reference ID. That means, theoretically, we can do something even more weird. We can do LB. D? No, wait. I don't know what the values are. There is the previous thing that we used. SDB? SBD? SB. But there was like one more. Batch. LBN and LBS. Okay. LBN. Loads logic. Okay. I'm interested in LBN. So, whatever we get are 0. With that, we get the device ID. So, loads logic type from all output LBN. Loads logic type from all output network devices with provided type and name hashes using the provided batch mode. And the batch mode can be average, sum, minimum, maximum. Can use either the word or the number. I don't know what that means. Can use either the word or the number, to be honest. I don't know what it means that way, but okay. Device hash is a logic sorter. Name hash is whatever we have in our 0. Logic type. Okay, wait, hold on. Do we have to specify device hash and name hash right away, or can we make that variable? We gotta try that out, I guess. So name hash R0. Logic type is reference ID. Reference ID. And batch mode is either min or max. Not, well, it could also be average. It doesn't matter. It can be some, it can be average, it can be minimum, and it can be maximum. Let's go with 0 for now. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, as the intent is that we can only have one anyway. So that's what this here is for. The idea is that we can now instead make here hash and then provide the name of things. So like, for example, we care about the sorter here. And then we can put in the name of that sorter, and that's all it needs. Logic sorter iron, item steel ingot, and that's all it needs. So now then I'm gonna loop, I'm gonna yield, I'm gonna jump to loop, and I'm gonna gel to set up sorter. And before that, I'm gonna move some stuff. I'm not gonna use the stack for now, the stack iteration. Instead, I'm just putting the stuff manually in. R1 becomes item steel ingot. Well, I'm gonna make that not item steel ingot, but something else like iron ore. And we can click here the prefab name and then put that one inside. Confirm. Power critical, okay. There are options. For example, this. So I now want to make some trickery. It's very simple trickery. That way we can manually put in items and we can differentiate where they came out from. That's the entire point of this constellation now. So, we have the IC. Let's program that one. Error, device not found at line 14. Okay. Line 14. It cannot find the reference ID. Oh, well, I mean, okay, it cannot find whatever is in R0, essentially, and set that value. That's what it says. So, again, let's try it again. LBN. Loads logic type. Logic type is reference ID. From all output network devices with provided type and name hashes. Oh, I forgot to provide a type hash. Logic sorter. I could also use a hash instead, I guess. Hash. That. Confirm. Export. Let it cook. Ooh, it doesn't? It didn't complain. It didn't complain. So all I need now is the iron ore. And put it inside. And it's outputted over here. Perfect. And if we put in, let's say, chutes, it's outputted over here. Now let's make sure it's not a flip-flop mechanism. It's properly doing that, and it seems to work exactly as intended. That works. Cool. We got we got how we can program the sorters. Perfect. So all that is left is now setting up the rest, you could say. So, yeah. Next up is I wanna check on how we're gonna make use of the stack, essentially. So when we start, I mean, okay, that guy pushes the stuff onto the stack. Yeah, okay, we can essentially make it a little bit easier. So there is SP. We gotta check if SP is 0. Effectively. We don't need to do that here. So, init. That's where we start. So I need a bunch of instructions. So I need all the way on the bottom, there are like these select ones. And I wanna check if the register is 0. Or well, if it's not 0. Something like NZ, I would guess. S equals Z. S neg Z. S equals 0. Greater than 0 is also works. There. Ne. S-N-E-Z. S-N-E-Z. Wait, actually, there is like probably a branching one that is better suited. Branch not 0 or something like that. Branch not equal 0. Haha! Branch to line B if A is not equal to 0. So branch not equal 0. Branch to line B if A is not. No wait. SP, stack point, is not 0. We branch to init. We jump to init. Otherwise, it continues. So that's our looping condition. And what it does is, so that is like that means at least one sorter has to be in here, I guess. We could also do that instead. That makes a little bit more sense, as that would allow for nothing to be set up. If it's 0, then it jumps to loop. Okay. So what does it do? It pops the value from the stack and stores it in R1, because that's the item. And then it pops another value and stores it in R0. And then it does a trial setup sorter. And that's all we need. That's literally all that we need. You could also like say finish up instead of looping. Oh, but very important. Here we then jump back up to init. Okay. And confirm. So this time I'm gonna add push hash logic sorter copper. And I'm gonna push hash item copper ore. And confirm. Gotta export. Gotta put it in there. Let it run. In the hopes that it also now has set up successfully this sorter. Would be good if it had done that. Let's grab the copper we got from that we have over here. Plug it in and we will see. Gotta turn it on first. Okay, output it over here. Output it over here. Output it over here. It seems to work. We got the program. Okay, I'm kind of surprised. Because it was really not that difficult to get that working. Yeah. So, yeah, we got a bunch of filled sorter there now. And thankfully output 2 is the correct side. Would have been odd if it were the other way around. Just from the setup, I would say. Cancel pressure. And let's open up the helmet. Put the helmet down. Recharge. Drink something. Okay. So we're done with that. So let's continue setting up the stuff. So after copper, like it would be really cool if I could just have multiple of those. So, we had iron, we had copper. Next up is silicon. Iron ore, copper ore, and silicon ore. What comes after silicon? I think it was gold. Gold. Silver. Lead. I mean, we could we could. No, we can't, because the hash is a macro, so we cannot make string concatenation stuff, so. Okay, we'll go like that for now. Silver, silver, lead, lead. Nickel. nickel. Anything? Did I forgot anything? Iron, copper, gold, silver, wait, no. So we got iron, copper, silicon, gold, silver, lead, and nickel. Okay. And then comes cobalt and coal. Oh, and uranium. I forgot about uranium. Okay. But nickel, then there comes cobalt. Cobalt ore. Silicon is also silicon ore. Yeah. Cobalt. Cobalt ore. And then comes coal. The question is if that is coal ore. Item coal ore. Yes, it is. Coal. And then we need uranium. Uranium. Question is if uranium is ore. Item uranium ore. Okay, it is. Anything else? Or cobalt, gold, lead? No. I mean, there is charcoal, but I don't think that we're gonna have it in the sorting facility, in this sorting facility, and dirty oil especially not, since we want to process, since we process those. Reagent mix started, and space ice stopped that as well. Other ores, frozen ores, pure ice. Okay. But okay, so this here is how we set up all of our sorters with a single script. I love it. Child sorter.
Have you ever had a dream that
Set up sorter.
you
And then I'm gonna jump to init. Okay. I'm gonna store that in the library. Create new. Sorter. Logic sorters. Just wanted to save that one for later use, essentially. So, next up is... I'm not gonna add the arc furnaces. Instead, the next step would be adding the logic necessary for our combustion stuff.
Have you ever had a dream
And that means we're gonna jump back to finish, and we're gonna yield. And in here we're gonna do the sorter processing. The combustion centrifuge processing logic. Good. Okay, let's confirm that. Go back in here, go on pause. I'm gonna make a short toilet break and grabbing something to drink RL. So, making a short break essentially. See you in a moment.
Have you ever had a dreams that you had you could do so you do you
Everyone awake again?
We are back.
We yup 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 do. We yup do. Well, level do. So let me quickly open up my drink bottle. Oh, it's an Almdudler! Turtle! It's an Almdudler! Almdudler from the fridge. I fucking love it. Almdudler is great. I also got Spezi, water, and a Club Mate.
Have you ever had
Different things, yeah.
you do?
Well, it could be a piece of chocolate. Yum yum. I make a little bit more cute. Well, I want to add a new inlet. Oh, I needed a bunch more. I totally forgot about those. To be honest. Ta-da! That was my magical idea. No power left? No, turned on. Not connected up? No. Ah, yeah, not connected up. That cable is missing. But I don't have any normal cable. Shit! Gonna steal the cableage from over here. Okay, but the main mysterious thing is how can we do this thing here? Why is it still increasing? I'm too incompetent to use a combustion centrifuge. Stationeers combustion centrifuge. They've come. No, wait, hold on. No. Ah, there it is. Okay, let's read the description. If the combustion centrifuge gains or loses RPMs too fast, it will experience stress and eventually grind to a halt. Higher RPMs directly result in faster processing speed. The throttle lever controls the amount of fuel being pulled into the machine, increasing the temperature inside the engine, and leading to an increase in RPM. The limiter lever influences the speed of the combustion and how much uncombusted gas is in the exhaust. Ejecting ore from the combustion centrifuge while it's at high RPMs will result in additional stress buildup. Okay, that's the Stationpedia. The limit in speed of combustion, how much combusted gas in the exhaust. Ejecting or blah blah blah. Important. The speed of the combustion centrifuge can be boosted significantly by replacing the mixture with a super fuel mixture, N2 over the volatiles. The use of regular fuel mixture reaches 500 RPM while being easy to store and making a centrifuge easier to start. On the other hand, using a super fuel mixture can boost the centrifuge to 1200 RPM, processing ore at more than double the speed. This comes at a cost of ease of use, as storing super fuel mixtures and nitrous oxides itself is difficult, and starting up the centrifuge also becomes more complex. Throttle. Every tick up to 0.01 moles of gas will be pulled into the machine from the input pipe network. The throttle parameter linearly controls how much gas to pull in. If I read the IC manual correctly, one tick is essentially half a second. The throttle parameter linearly controls how much gas to pull in. Input moles equals 0.01 times throttle divided by 100. The throttle value is rounded to the nearest multiple of 10 when set over the data network. And that can be like, yeah, between 0 and 100. On each tick, the combustion centrifuge will manually combust up to 75% of the fuel mixture in its internal atmosphere. This happens on the remaining fuel after natural combustion takes place, as described in volatiles. The portion of fuel manually combusted each tick is limiter divided by 10 to the exponent of 2 times 0.0075, 0.001 and 1, between 0.001 and 1. Combustion limiter value is rounded to the nearest multiple of 10 when stored, set over the data network. This happens to the remaining fuel after natural combustion takes place, as described in the... Okay, so... like, the gas mixture I put in gets combusted naturally. And then what's left can then be essentially controlled by the combustion centrifuge. By the limiter. Okay. Guys, that's better. What do we got now? We apparently can go up to 500 RPM. Okay. I'm slightly confused on how that stuff works, to be honest. Hmm. I don't quite understand. On how that works. Okay. That was to be expected, to be honest. I'm trying to think, but how to do that? It's a lot of values with which we can work with. So there is, for example, throttle. We can set that, very important. RPM, stress, combustion input, output, and combustion limiter. Total moles. Power. Open. Look. Temperature. Why does it have clear memory? Oh, probably for the total output counter and stuff. Name, hash, ratio, hydrogen. Lot of ratio. Steam! Ooh! Wait, there is steam? There is steam! Evaporated water can be created by... The combustion was oxygen using H2 combustor. Huh, cool. So, yeah, ratio of various things. Stress, RPM, and throttle. Combustion limiter, output, input. A bunch of ratios again. Temperature, pressure. Combustion. Don't know what combustion does. Ah, okay. Ratio, prefab hash, import count, export count, clear memory, on, require. Ratio water, ratio carbon dioxide, ratio oxygen, reagents. Total number of reagents recorded by the device. Like this reagents sounds like a value necessary to determine if we shall stop the centrifuge and output the items. Then we have RPM, stress, and throttle. RPM and stress. I don't know how many registers there are. Stationeers, I see 10. Registers. 16 CPU registers. Alias are stress R14. Alias are last stress R13. Alias are last RPM R14. 13, 12. Loop, J loop, yield, jar, centrifuge, J, return address, and you go to loop. Okay, centrifuge. We also do alias D centrifuge DB. D centrifuge. Okay, so we load into our hold on. We move our last stress from our stress, and then we load into our stress the centrifuge the value stress. Then we move our last RPM, then we move our RPM into our last RPM, and then we load into our RPM from the centrifuge the value RPM. RPM. So now we have that. Alice R. Throttle R11. Alice R limit R10. LR throttle decentrifuge throttle R limit decentrifuge limiter. Throttle combustion limiter. Reads the rate of combustion inside the machine. Assuming the slowest rate of combustion, 10 being the fastest. Combustion. Limiter. Okay. So with that we have read all the basic values that we need, or maybe need, for reading what we need. So I don't know how you can effectively or like efficiently slow down a centrifuge without having the stress go bonkers, essentially. I mean, making the stress go bonkers will do certainly some stuff, but there should be some better approaches to that. Okay. Zup R0 R stress minus last stress. So this is the delta stress, okay? Okay. Hmm. Centrifuge. Hmm. So, the thing is, how, well, like, what is the process of booting up a centrifuge? Essentially. What are the considerations that we have to take into account? What the fuck? I fully shut it down, everything. Why is silicon here? Silicon should have been processed all the way over here. For example. Ah, that's why. $9.44. Logic sort of uranium doesn't exist yet. Okay. Okay, it is okay. Nickel gets sorted over here, cobalt here, and coal here. Those are the three ones that are left here. The rest is sorted. So, we have to go inside, grab a little bit of water, it seems. Otherwise, it's not happy. The stationery, that is. So if there is anyone here that knows about combustion centrifuges, tell me, what should I look out for? There we go. And over here, one more straight. Okay. So that's the sorting facility. For various things, at least. For now, let's turn those off again. Okay, let's try out the combustion centrifuge. So I suspect limiter should be all the way up. Throttle goes up, stress goes up because we are starting up. Throttle goes down. Stress goes also down a little bit. Throttle is very low down. So like the problem about stress is stress happens when the RPM changes and when I eject stuff. So but I'm right now speeding up the entire thing, and that's why combustions because that's why I need some I have to have some stress, because otherwise it would mean I could not increase the speed here. As you can see now that the RPMs have gone up quite a bit, the stress is now going down. Like on the higher RPMs, the stress is not that big anymore, even if the rate of change might be similar. So, stress is going down again. I wait for it to get back down into the green area, and when we are there, I can then increase the throttle again to increase the increase in of the RPMs again. So yeah, you can now, for example, get the throttle up. I mean, like here we are stuck at like 250 or something, or we were. I mean, we're still increasing, very interestingly enough. I don't know. But I mean, the speed up is rather slow. Like how fast we increase the RPM, that is. Now that's a lot faster. I still don't understand the combustion limiter. So now throttle is 100%. I don't understand the limiter. I don't understand what that is used for. Stationeers, combustion centrifuge. What is the limiter? New combustion centrifuge. What do the levers do? So I've spent a little bit playing around with the new combustion centrifuge, and even after reading the release notes, the Stationpedia, I'm still not really sure how the combustion limiter lever what the combustion limiter lever does. Function, it appears to operate as second throttle, but its effectiveness is in some way related to the actual throttle. Both levers seem to affect temperature and pressure differently, but neither temperature nor pressure seem to actually matter at all to the stress or safety of the machine. The way I understand it, the throttle controls the amount of fuel injected, the limiter controls how efficiently that fuel is burned. I believe stress is a measure of the rate of change in RPM, so the faster the rate of change, the higher the stress. I'm working on a script and test rig, working out the precise details, but basically you need to feather the throttle, build RPM slowly, easing off its stress rises. From standing start, I had 10 of throttle for a second or two, then back to 0. As RPM starts to fall, give it another quick burst, being mindful of the stress indicator. Repeat until to speed up. At which point the stress indicator should be near 0. As RPM increase, you can get away with more throttle to maintain your speed. Once you're up to speed, introduce a little bit more combustion limiter to improve fuel efficiency. To stop, you can either slowly feather back the throttle or just max out the stress indicator. You can also just switch the unit off and it will quickly and smoothly come to a stop if it wasn't under stress to begin with. As a follow-up to the shutdown process, it seems you can just turn off the centrifuge. Yeah. You can leave the throttle at 10 until you spin up to around 1 hour without worrying about stress. It gets up about 30%, but it comes back down. After that, the throttle to a change limiter controls this. The fuel usage is not small that it is so small that you usually don't need to worry about efficiency spinning up the centrifuge. It may depend on fuel. I've not tried volatiles and O2 yet, but with nitrous 10% hits a 100 stress in just a few seconds. That's a fat drip. Okay, whatever. But okay, so like, I still don't get it. Like apparently more, like it seems like throttle is the main way of controlling the RPM. And this thing is mostly for fuel efficiency. So like now that I'm pretty much sped up, I could now decrease that and try to make the fuel efficiency better. But like still, like the Steam page, like no, not the Steam page, the wiki says like, tells us about some stuff to worry about here. Combustion centrifuge. It says combustion limiter. On each tick, the combustion centrifuge will manually combust up to 75% of the fuel mixture in its internal atmosphere. This happens on the remaining fuel after natural combustion takes place, as described in volatiles. Only after the natural combustion. The portion of fuel manually combusted each tick is that weird formula. The combustion limiter value is rounded to the nearest... Yeah. But what does it do in the end? So, and if I understood that correctly, the thing is now it doesn't have any stress, and I want to quickly and quickly shut it down so that I can then also quickly turn it back on. What I've understood is turning off the combustion centrifuge does that. But is there also a different way? There's like open, and there is lock, and there is on. But like turning off the machine creates a certain problem. The IC will also be turned off then. But okay. So if the RPM is below a certain value, we are gonna do something. Okay, so branch less than, we go to speed up when RRPM is less than 450. Speed up. JRA. Speed up. This guy then determines if only in a certain condition we are gonna do something. There is like an... Hold on, those SLE stuff, that the selection stuff is shrunk with the fraction part removed. Skirt off. Yeah, this one is always like using bits essentially. 1, 0, does some logical stuff. Select. Here. Register equals B if A is non-zero, otherwise Z. Device is set, otherwise register 1. Device is set, otherwise 0. We could also do a... Okay, so like the thing is, I want to store in the centrifuge throttle to a new value. Let's use R0 for that for now. But I, for example, want to add a value to that, like 10. I want to increase the speed if certain conditions are allowed. So, and for that I need... And now I can either say, yeah, I'm changing that value here using a select, Or I just do a branch relative. And then if a certain value is less than. Branch relative less than 2. So if... No, wait. Greater than. Greater than. So if we say the stress... I don't know if the... in which kind stress gets read, if it's a float or an integer. Stress here. 100. Okay, I guess an integer. So if the stress is less than 30, or wait, if the stress is greater than 30, then we skip the increase, for example. Okay? And I want to do an additional thing, and that also we want to add our throttle. Our throttle. Okay. So, and I also want to make. I want to skip it if the change in stress, which is right now stored in R0, is a little bit too high. This time we jump three spaces. If R0 is greater than stress change of 5. Okay. Next is if we are less than branch relative less than 3 or 0 less than 10. Okay, so like the thing is, this is when the conditions that do like, those are the negated conditions that need to be the case for throttle to be increased. Now we're gonna do this same thing, but for the throttle to be decreased. Essentially, R throttle minus 10. And for that we need our stress. So we decrease the stress if it's greater than 60. No, wait, greater than 50. If the stress of the centrifuge is greater than 50%, we decrease the throttle by 10. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on a second. The thought process has a little bit of a problem. So, if the stress is greater than 30, we don't increase the throttle. Essentially. That's what this says here, essentially. And we also then skip if the rate of change in R0 is greater than 5 stress units per tick. Then we also don't increase the throttle. We don't decrease the throttle if the stress that we care about, aka our stress, is less than 50. Then we don't decrease the throttle. But if it is above 50, and now comes the clue, if the rate of change is less than -5, then we also don't decrease the throttle. Because like this here means the stress is decreasing. We don't have to throttle down more. We don't have to do that. We can just leave it as is, essentially. That's what that says. And if the RPM is 450, it does that. Okay. It does speed up. Otherwise, it goes back to where it left. Let's try it. That will be interesting, but I gotta change the battery pretty quickly. That's, guys, gonna be interesting what's gonna happen now. Okay, let's turn it on. Oh shit. I messed up already. Oh, thank goodness. I noticed early enough. Very important aspect. Would have been problematic otherwise. So I'm gonna wait for the stress to fully decrease now. Okay. I'm gonna turn that thing on. And interestingly enough, it does nothing. Okay! What's your problem? Did I forgot to click export? Hey. Hey. Apparently I did. Okay. No, I didn't. I mean, program is something is blocked in the program. It does that, it then does the init, and once it's completed with the init, it jumps to loop, and loop does yield, gel centrifuge, and then back to loop. Gel centrifuge does that, and does then a JRA and JRA. Okay. In here it does various things, and most importantly, it branches to speed up. Branch to line C. Oh wait, branch to line C if A, okay, I see, switched up that a little bit. If A is smaller than B, and then go to C. AK like that. Go to relative jump to line C if A, okay, so I messed up that a little bit. So that is 3, that is 2, that is 3, and that is 2. Confirm, export, insert, and turn it on. Okay, I mean, okay.
Good morning, guys. My name is Chris Luno, and this is
The frick?
the Rice Fields Melodic House Mix. Here we go.
Sure, sure. Could be definitely could be better. Okay, I gotta switch up the rate, the stress change rates. Less than 0 or greater than 0. Confirm. Export. The problem is that it goes up by 2 steps. And then quickly readjusts. Hey, what's happening? Lugaloo, long time no see. We're trying to program a combustion centrifuge. But I have no clue. Kaboom? No kaboom. It will just halt if the stress levels reach 100%. No kaboom. So, what are we up to? Stress 50, 30. That essentially makes a small little delay in between so that the change it causes can propagate, and then based on that it can act. That seems to kind of work. So now it's throttled down again because the stress became too high. But now it waits for the stress to go all the way below 30%, and only then it will try to increase the stress again. the throttle. And once the stress reaches 50%, it's panic mode again, and it will decrease the stress. Okay, I think I'm gonna change the upper bound. So instead of, let's go with 70. So, throttle is at 10%. Stress is going up. But it only now is only slow gets to the 70%. And now it's decreasing. It didn't touch it quite yet. So you can see we're still speeding up, but the pressure goes down, and that's a very important thing. So now, once the... not the pressure, the stress. And once the stress reaches 30%, it will then increase the throttle again. Stress is still decreasing, so now every 2 seconds it will increase the throttle. Okay, stress is now going up again, but... And the stress... Oh, yeah. And we also have a block in that if it notices that the stress changes into the positive direction between measurements, then it's not gonna increase it any further. So now we are stuck at 80%, which is okay. Which is totally okay. Stress is going up, but not quite. Now stress is going down again. RPM are still going up though. Okay, hold on a second. Trying to fix the music. Okay, and now we are below 30, and it should try to increase. Increase the throttle, but it doesn't. Why does it not increase the throttle? That's that's very mysterious. Oh, I know why. Because the RPMs are now above 450. That's why. Okay. Let me do that. And now we can start to decrease this. And that is fuel efficiency. And now we have have that guy at speed, essentially. Next up, how can we throttle that guy? We wanna stop it. The pressure decreases. Oh, it's the IC. No, 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 no. I'm doing here my stuff. Throttle is now at 0 and combustion limits is also at 0. So why are you still spinning so much? The pressure now slowly has to decrease, I guess. I recently got a job and upgraded my monitor. I still don't know what games used to take advantage of the HDR. Yeah. Oh, stress is going up. Stress is going up. Stress is going up. Stress is going up. I'm gonna counter that with the throttle. I mean, okay, I don't have any ore in there as of right now. I mean, that is the quickest way to shut down, like just turning it off without having stress, because once the stress is at 100, it takes quite some time to go down, even though the RPMs are at 0. But still, how can we effectively purge that thing? The thing is, like, opening it up and letting the processed stuff out is possible. It's just that it increases the stress on the machine. So I'm gonna go back to base now, as we need to drink something and recharge our suit, I guess. Constant pressurize. So that is our base. But yeah, I can't tell you that because I don't know that either. I also have a HDR monitor, but yeah, with no byproduct. Just invent a 100% efficiency process with no byproduct. How? Oh, 1%. There we go. Let's refill those bottles. Oh, water. Okay, and now let's eat also something since we're here. Also gonna... yeah. We shall bake a little bit. Damn it. Dead. Gotta go sleep. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Turtle. See you next time. I hope you enjoyed the stream. So, gotta bake a little bit more. Okay, and last but not least, and here we go. I mean, we do need more chutes. Let's grab that iron and make a few more chutes. Gotta turn all of that iron into chutes and then we go from there. Ooh, also, frame and sheet. Hold on. Let's turn the rest into the iron sheets. Also want to check up on the atmospherics pretty quickly. Cozy 28 degrees Celsius everywhere. That's looking good. Perfect. So we are now gonna go outside again, build some of those chutes, floor and stuff. And let's weld that. Wait, we also used normal chutes. That. straight. And that's where an arc furnace will be placed, and then there will be a stacker, there will be a stacker, there will be a stacker, and there will also be a stacker. Corner and straight. There is an arc furnace missing. But okay. Ah. That stacker is not turned on. Okay. So there's now a little bit of dirty ore inside. We could also turn on these guys here, and then we produce at a higher rate dirty ore. Come on. There's one. Like, one big question is, how much can a centrifuge hold? Combustion centrifuge. That would be interesting to know. But it doesn't tell me. Okay, I want to try something now. I want to have this lever constantly open and let the IC control the centrifuge. There are some stuff inside and it will constantly produce a little bit of stuff. Is it always then dumping out a little bit, increase the stress that way, or what's gonna happen? We will see. Oh, cool. Let's see how that will go. So it's increasing RPM again. Let's increase the throttle a little bit. Yeah, okay, but as you can see, that's not gonna work. Has to be closed. I know, guys, it's not much progress that we did today. We got now fuel mixer essentially. We ensured that those two pipes are working stably, which is nice, and we have finished most of our setup here. We've configured this splitters, but getting the centrifuge automated, it just takes such a long time. And we reached the 70%. So it decreased the throttle again and is expecting the stress to go below 30%. The problem is just the RPM decreased that quickly as well. Okay, now we have the problem that the RPMs decrease more quick than stress build down. Very interesting, very interesting. So, I guess I have to add a new condition to the code. So, we should decrease the throttle if the stress BR GT R0 is so if R0 is greater than 1, then we jump relative 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Then we jump to here. So that means if the increase in stress happens too quickly, it turns down the throttle. So it now increased the throttle, And now the stress build up was too quick, and that's why it has turned down the throttle again. Very slowly getting there. Let's use a different value for the throttle increase. Let's use 2. I'm gonna change the sleep to 1. Okay. Leaves it now at 10. There it goes. It's looking good. Okay, now we have the problem again. It turned down the throttle too much. Which increased the pressure. The stress. There you go. Okay. Now we can keep it there. So there is another thing that we could add that counterbalances the problem that we have, and that is like this number here. Essentially, I mean, right? I mean, the stress, like this. The thing is that we are here dependent on the stress factor. But if the stress is too much, and the stress might be caused because the RPM are decreasing, then we have to change around the throttle mechanic, essentially. So we need to calculate the delta in RPM, and based on the delta in RPM, we can then decide on what we have to do for the throttle to work. It's all a bit problematic, I guess. Okay, so like our program at least can hold the speed quite well. But I must say, I still don't quite understand how those levers work. I must say, like, the throttle is kind of on, like, that lever mostly changes the pressure, it kind of seems. Like now we're at 7.31 megapascal. If I now increase that, pressure goes up. And so does the RPM. I still don't understand it. Power critical, you say? I'm still confused. I don't understand the combustion centrifuge. How? Why would I ever care about the limiter? I don't understand. Oh, fuck. Exhaust pipe burst. Don't have any pipes with me for repair. Okay. At least atmosphere contents here look good. No pipe burst, okay. Nothing in there. Nothing in here as of now. Hmm. Total moles input, pressure output, temperature output, oxygen output, dioxide output, noise output, the RPM, lot of zeros, reference ID. Required power is still 50. Hmm. Okay. While we are waiting, let's melt down some ore. Using the various arc furnaces that we have available. No. Ah, fuck. Whatever. Okay, I guess that means the backpack is full. Okay, and arc. Furnace. Structure arc furnace. Store batch. Device hash is hash that. Logic type. Activate. 1. Confirm. Export. Need more dirtier. Well, that's a bummer. Out of power. Arc furnace was activate, right? Activate, yeah. When yeah. Ah, it is pressing it. It's just that the export doesn't work. So it is working. Okay, speeding up is hard if there is a lot of stuff inside. I get it. Okay. Gotta set up those here pretty quickly. 100. 500. I mean, we're still waiting for the arc furnace here. In the meantime, let's connect that up. And let's also connect these up. Oh shit. Why is it German now? Sure. I'm okay with that. Bunch of iron. RPM is getting better. But I've vent out everything as I at least want to destroy that guy at some point. A lot of iron. Okay. Yeah. Let's grab all of that stuff now.
you for watching and enjoy your day.
Yep.
How's it going, you
Let's
guys?
go with the Moas. Come on. Okay. Battery full again. Okay, that one is still working. So we're still charging. That is good. Frick. So I'm not gonna put the items first into the inventory and then into the hard mining backpack. So that if they do not fit in the hard mining backpack anymore, that I don't have to go out. Because it would otherwise drop this stuff and I don't want that. Holy shit! Cable burnt.
Ah, got power from over there, that's why. There we go. A few furnaces are not running anymore because of burnt cables. Okay. Woohoo! No. Okay, but now this guy also doesn't have power anymore. That's a no-no. Okay. Come on. There we go. Yeah, yeah. Air tank as well. Oh. Power is down. I need some of that coal. Okay, let's continue. Nothing selected to dispense. Perfect. Finally through with it. That took quite a bit of time after all. Guys, do centrifuging. Okay. Okay. So now that this stuff is done, let's try to get rid of this vending machine here. Crowbar. And roll. Perfect. And here comes a Stackerino. That we gotta set up. 500. Okay. Gotta do the following. Cycle inside. Swap the battery. We gotta swap the Okay, let's eat something. Gonna put down the EVA suit pretty quickly. Gonna grab the air tank, however. I'm gonna drink something. Okie dokie. Okay guys, I'm gonna make a short break, gonna go to the toilet. And then when so yeah, gotta go to the toilet pretty quickly and I'm gonna continue. Yeah. See you in a moment. And I'm back again. Ooh, 1 megapascal. 2 megapascal. Interesting. Where is the oxygen tank? Did I forget the oxygen tank? What did I do to the oxygen tank? Oh, heh. I swapped it for the tablet. Ja. So reagents is the stuff that has been outputted, I guess. So soon we reach 500. So I suspect that the centrifuge can only hold 500 reagents at once. That's my suspicion. Getting there, getting there. $500 kilopascal. 1 megapascal. Doesn't have a connection. Just quickly wanna go inside. I wanna check out if everything is alright in here. We're in 70 Pascal. Doing here a little bit of processing. Five, 4 and 800. 4 kilopascal. That is okay. Okay, seems everything is fine. Battery is close to dead. Forgot to leave the 500 grams of iron that we got. Okay, no, it can fit more than 500 reagents. Apparently. Very interesting. Split half. Bam. There we go. Whoa, that was very close. Very close call. Okay. This guy still centrifuging. Okay, so that also, by the way, definitely means that if we want to process those 4 deep miners with this centrifuge, we definitely need to use the one with the nitrous oxide fuel and not with oxygenous fuel. Still charging, okay. $399 of copper. Well, that's good. 200 silicon, 150 gold, 110 silver, and waiting. Cobalt and whatever that is. I would argue that's impressive. But I still don't know how to handle the combustion centrifuge. That's my main problem. The speed up and speed down of the combustion centrifuge. I'm still worried about it. Combustion, so like stationeers, combustion centrifuge, automation. shoot. And I need a bunch of cable, normal cable that is. But it needs copper. Ah, here's a bunch of copper. I'll check up on the battery. Battery is yellow. Okay. Let's eat something. So, yeah. We can't, they have to be stopped to be emptied. Okay, I have a couple of deep miners in some century. How do I set up a system that can automatically empty them without the centrifuge going to 100% stress? What is the max storage of a vending machine? So now I have here 3 stacks of chutes. And then one stack of that stuff. But to automate it, you will have to set up the timer on an IC10 chip, allow it to run for a period of time, then shut down. Empty, start up again. Depending on the fuel you use, the combustion centrifuge can be varying degrees of difficult to start and stop. Yes. I know. I've experienced these issues. Okay. There we go. So, this guy's still processing. So yeah, we are now mostly waiting for that guy to reach 1,000. Okay, so still, how am I supposed to control that guy? Like, if it's empty, speeding up that guy, that seems to work now. Same as maintaining the thing. It's just that I still don't understand the throttle shit. I still don't understand what the different levers do. I really would want to know that. And it's something I could ask the stationeers Discord, I guess. And that's what I'm gonna do. Stationeers. Logic circuit discussion. Bug discussion, tutorial discussion. Game help. Trade and distributor, logic circuit, game help. Okay, so I got a simple IC10 working that can speed up and maintain combustion centrifuge. If centrifuge is empty, wait, speed up only works if centrifuge is empty. It only uses the throttle. I don't understand the combustion limiter. Why is it there? What does it do? Also, anyone got some recommendations on general structure for automating the combustion centrifuge using IC10? I don't want example. Further Possible rather an explanation of a possible structure slash algorithm. Okay. Let's check up on that guy. Okay. But I guess we are pretty much empty. Nothing to smelt. Okay. That guy is now smelting. Getting there. Slowly but surely getting there. Okay, nothing to melt. Nothing to smelt. All of those are done. Already exporting. Its problem is that thing. 150 grams silver. 168 grams gold. Yeah, and a bunch of copper and so on. So now that I have a bunch of those chutes, I could replace those chutes with windowed chutes. Window. Oh wait, fuck. Gotta grab that and put that there. Shit! Not good. Oh, thank goodness. Stress is decreasing again. My goodness. I'm gonna let it decrease here a little bit. Okay. Slowly getting there. Window, window. Window, window. And not gonna do that over here. A lot of items would otherwise fly into my face, I guess. Yeah, there's a little bit of lead that wants to be processed, it seems. Okay. My throttle is 4 up, and if I decrease the combustion limiter, centrifuge slows down a bit. So why would I do that? Hmm. What's the difference between fuel injected and fuel combusted? Focus on. Pressing it increases fuel injected into the engine. Yeah, RPM decreased. Don't want a decreased RPM, we want a high RPM. Okay, so we're reaching the 1000. There we go. It goes even beyond that. Frick. How much can it hold? What the fuck? Throttle. The guys, like, what the fuck? Okay, so like, asking, so that's the same. More throttle, more room. Less throttle, less room. Okay, like I asked on the Game Help Discord channel. Okay, so I got a simple IC10 working that can speed up and maintain a combustion centrifuge. Speeder only works if the centrifuge is empty. It only uses the throttle. I don't understand the combustion limiter. Why is it there? What does it do? Also, anyone got some recommendations on Chakra for the automating the combustion centrifuging using IC10? I don't want an example, rather an explanation, possible structure algorithm / algorithm. The combustion limiter does the exact opposite of what its name suggests. The higher its setting, the less it limits combustion. But like, what does it do? Especially considering this, I sent the linked screenshot of the wiki that mentions like that this happens after the natural combustion or seeing volatiles. My throttle is I really don't know how to make it much simpler. The lower the setting, the more combustion is limited. The higher the setting, the less it's limited. More granularly. Granularly. Yeah. Granularly. How much reagents can fit inside? What the fuck?
Hydration critical.
Yeah, you always say that.
Hydration critical.
Okay. The same amount of fuel is ingested regardless of the position of the combustion limiter. Unlike the throttle, which adjusts the amount of fuel ingested, the combustion limiter should therefore be set to maximum, except for startup, where too much combustion causes too much stress. To be honest, I also don't quite get why we need two levers instead of just one throttle that moves in finer than 10% increments. Gamification? Video game logic. I do accept the answer, gamification. I do accept this answer. Can do the start up of the empty centrifuge without needing to touch the combustion limiter. Okay, like the explanation that they got is it doesn't matter. Like the explanation they have is like it's not it's just another way to control the speed, essentially. Like what they say is that you have the throttle, which allows for big changes in RPM, and the combustion limiter is essentially used for smaller changes in RPM. And there are also other people that don't understand why we couldn't have just one lever where you can then have finer adjustments. Okay, gonna get rid of one stack of chutes. Don't. Actually, no. Gonna grab them. We can now work on the vending machine, connecting up all of the stackers. Because that's also a job that we have to do. Connecting up all of the stackers into one chute stuff. Eh. Straight, straight. Okay, so I can't place the vending machine, as that would require some more space. Let's do that then. Let's get rid of these two frames here. Three, 4, 5. And the purpose is to move those two wind turbines away. Wrench. Okay. Angle grinder? No, wire cutters. Okay. And now, angle grinder. I could also instead expand the wind park into that direction. And I lost that one. That one iron frame. Oh, okay, I didn't expect that to be okay. Phew. Welding torch. wires. And screwdriver. And now a little bit of heavy cable. And wire cutter so that I can place it here. Okay, space limitations removed. We can continue. But yeah, okay, so that means if the Discord is to believe, then I would say I understood this thing. This is like this level is just another way of doing that with a like a little bit finer. But as you can see, we don't need that really. It works without. We are doing quite well without any further intervention. So, yeah. So this here is coal, this here is cobalt, and then there's like one thing left if I remember, and that is uranium. We need a logic sorter for that to work. And we need a wire cutter. There we go. And now the battery should be able to charge again. Yes, very nice. And very important. Okay. Centrifuge is doing dirty ore. Good. So, what's left now is one stacker that needs to be put here. $500. And so this here is nickel. Stacker, nickel, cobalt, stacker, cobalt, and coal, stacker, coal, and last but not least, logic sorter, uranium. And that is the stacker uranium. Confirm. So. Still interested on How much reagents do fit into that guy? Into that centrifuge. So we need more chutes to connect up that guy, to connect this up, connect that a little bit over there, to finish connecting that up, and then we're gonna put down a vending machine over to here. And since we need that space anyway, let's dismantle it. Now we need a little bit of iron sheet and maybe also iron frame for the vending machine. So, okay, like that's where it goes. 1, 2. Yeah, let's put it like that. That's where the vending machine goes. What does the vending machine need? Plastic sheets. Screwdriver. Okay. Vending machine complete. Power says alarm. Split half. Any stress? Okay, it definitely dropped, but stress is doing okay. Seems. Okay, so what's left now is needing chutes. How do we know which machines can handle which amounts of wattage on the input side? That would be interesting to know. There we go.
Power critical.
There we go. Slowly charging. How much power can an arc furnace use? Sadly, it doesn't tell me. Okay, let's weld this here. Those frames. Okay, guys, we need more chutes. That's the main focus now. Okay, and over here, gotta make a bunch of chutes. Okay. Not only do we require some heavy cable and chutes, I also need an IC. The IC is necessary for the control of the coal power plant that I intend to create sooner or later. Oh yeah, getting there. We are now at a megapascal. 1 or 2 megapascals. That's lovely. Hold on. Gotta check something. Not connected. Interesting. But even more interesting is that it's on the output side. So creating an IC for the coal production is even more difficult than anticipated. Okay, so now we have exactly 4 stacks of chutes. Gold, steel, electrum, solder. Solder. Electrum, steel, and gold. One IC10, please. So, now let's continue with the chutes. So first of all, a normal chute. And corner. Though I also want to make those window chutes. Not now. As I first have to finish up connecting up everything straight. Junction. Straight. Junction. Straight. Junction. Straight. And window. Okay. Well done. Now that all of that is done and this guy is connected up, I can do this. And let the massacre start. Oh, seems like I forgot here. Straight section. Okay. That's now all connected up. Okay, forgot those two. And forgot to connect those two up. Okay, I need to put in some more of the coal. We are out of power again. Come on. There we go. Okay. Ah. Still miss the advanced furnace. No, not the advanced furnace. I still miss one more arc furnace. Come on. There we go. Come on. There we go. Okay, here we go. That's now all connected up. All the way through. Which is lovely. Still don't know what the max is. What the max reagents are. Oh, 1,500. There's like the wiki of the combustion centrifuge is referencing all the way on the bottom, external link, reference automation implementation by Isnads. It's yeah. Last stress, yeah, yada yada. So like, this kinda looks like to me it lets the combustion centrifuge run until the error light is blinking, which indicates that the centrifuge is full, like we have seen with the powered centrifuge, I guess. Okay, so Ah, wait. Yeah, totally forgot about that. I removed I removed the uranium from the script, if I remember correctly. Because it otherwise would have broken. Confirm. Wait. Export. One frame here would also be good, but it's okay. As we can walk. Okay, yeah, now it routes correctly. Perfect. This here is the coal stacker. Its output I kinda want to redirect somewhere else. What a big facility, right? Oh, also, now I can do the windows. Window, window. So I need an arc furnace. And then we're good to go. Little frames, little of an arc, little bit of a frames, little bit of iron sheet, one arc furnace, a lot of heavy cable. And in regards of tubes, we will see how that will go. So the intent is to go essentially like that. No batteries anymore. Batteries left. Oh, both. Both are empty. Okay, one step further in would be good, but other than that, that's a pretty solid approach, I would say. Gonna make this here window and corner. The layout of that we will do in a moment. AKA now. So that will change a little bit as we gonna use the overflow. So we go straight and the overflow goes up. So this changes that a little bit because we're gonna do that then. Gonna go up and over. And here we're gonna go down. We go here over. Then we're gonna go straight. And well, need a little bit more chutes. It's always needing a little bit more chutes. We need chutes and heavy cable. Heavy cable we need to make sure that our deep miners and stuff, that they like, there's a lot of stuff that requires a lot of power and that we can support them without the wires burning through. We need a bunch of heavy cable for that. And for the automatic coal production plant, coal power plant, I need some more chutes. So yeah, that will take a little bit. I guess heavy cable wise, I'm gonna let everything, all of that run through. Shoot wise, we're good now. Gotta eat something. Hello, Jupiter. Let's also drink something. Temperature critical. It's only 33 degrees. It's fine. So, corner, corner, and corner. And all of that is connected up. So that one is slowly discharging now. Which is okay, since it was to be expected. Okay. Now we connect this up. And this here can be connected to there. And finishing up that. Perfect. With that, coal should automatically be redirected. Okay, so all of that is now turned off, which is essentially intended. Because I have to grab that stuff now. There we go. Bring it to over here. Gonna cut that. Wait, what? I need wire cutter and clean this stuff up.
Power critical.
Straight. Okay. Cleaning up everything a little bit. So, this here is how we deliver power to that system. Give me that coal. There we go.
Temperature low. Temperature critical.
I'm on it. Fuck. There we go.
Power low. Temperature low. Cognition low.
Where's the cognition low? Probably because of the lungs. Long time since we last died.
Power low.
I'm right now grabbing all of that coal just to put it back inside. But then the coal will be routed to the coal generator. Yeah. Yeah, damn it. That one still doing its job, but the RPMs are lowered. Oh yeah, because it was turned off and it tries to increase it again, but it's now not capable of doing that. So let's turn it off. Going through a lot of stuff. Okay. Oh, I missed a shoot there. Not an issue. There we go. Okay, I still need one more arc furnace and I need a bunch of heavy wire. Heavy cable. So let's go back inside and check up on those things, I guess. So we were producing a bunch of heavy wire, but we also need heavy cable, not heavy wire. Okay. Why did it stop? Because power outage? Maybe. Arc furnace. I need one arc furnace. Centrifuge. Do we have an arc furnace in here? Computer landing pad? No. Okay. Means I have to build one. That guy has a little bit of gold. A little bit of copper.
Waste tank caution.
So when we're done with that, pretty neat. Okay, oh wait. Okay, and now let's go back outside. Then we're gonna open up our voice tank. Okay, so now opening up the waste tank. And that is nickel, and that is the arc furnace. Nickel. Okay, so that row is already completely turned into heavy cable. So next up I'm gonna do these here. Okay, so here we go. Let's get rid of these normal cables, as they will be replaced by heavy cable. Go. So now just connecting up these arc furnaces. Okay, okay, okay. Wait. Nope. Hold on. Let's go there. Okay. Let's continue. With this, all the arc furnaces themselves are now connected up as heavy wire. Heavy cable. So now let's connect up these guys. And now we need more heavy cable.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
Okay, there's no more gold. But we have some prepared using the arc furnaces, so not that big of a biggie. You can see, I think, like the temperature is slowly increasing because of our combustion centrifuge. Because all of that heated stuff gets transferred over there, dumped down there, and then it equalizes with the room atmosphere. Okay, and done. And voila. All of that connected up. Okay, centrifuge is all down. We can close that and turn it on. Spinning up slowly. I love how it, when the stress is high, it shoves around like that. I love that detail. So as you can see, centrifuges stress is going down, and now throttle goes up. Yeah. Stress rate, change rate is too high for it to go fully up. Yeah. Wires burnt. I wonder what exactly the problem it has. And now stress is going down again. I think the reagents that got produced, that's what it bothers the most. All of them are burning right now. Epic. Okay, throttle is fully up and stress is decreasing. Good. So we're now fully spun up. Wait, didn't we empty it out completely? Why is there already so much iron in there? Or did I... Huh? Oh no, wait, it was not full. It was not able to fully empty the iron. That's what it was. So we've spun up with that, and that's probably also a little bit why it was very worrying. Okay, I need more heavy cable, but for that I need some gold. Ooh. What is that? Iron! Copper. Okay, but I need gold. I gotta empty out the gold prematurely. Can't wait for so much gold to accumulate. There we go. Lots and lots of cable. I'm unsure yet where I'm gonna put the stuff. Yeah. Where I'm gonna put the IC. If I'm gonna go with an IC housing or what I'm gonna do. I'm unsure about that. Let's change that battery. Guys, we're also gonna end the stream very soon. Very, very soon. Okay, there we go. A coal inlet chute would also be good, I think. So my plan is to now wait for the rest of the copper to be consumed for the heavy cables. And then using all of that stuff, we then gonna head out. Well, place down the heavy cable for the production facilities to run. And then I'm gonna make an inlet chute for the coal. And I'm gonna dump out all of the ores there into the sorting facility. And then we will see from there. Oh, and also gonna grab the nickel that is already in the vending machine and put it again into the sorting facility, as we now have the arc furnace that we needed for the nickel. And that stuff can be molten down, so that instead of 50 grams of nickel, we can store 500 grams of nickel in one stack. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's stormy outside. Interesting. That's the entire procedure rather simple. As I said, we're gonna go over here, dump in that nickel. Shouldn't be anything left. Perfect. Okay, next up. It's getting rid of old cable. Oh wait, before that, let's place at least that down, so that that drill can continue to its job. So now then, let's get rid of these wires here.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, whatever. Isn't there like one chute missing or whatever? Okay, no, I have apparently I have placed it again. Good. Okay. And done. So now, as said, I intend to grab the nickel that is already there. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to have a coal inlet, but not gonna do that now. Especially not in the storm, and that entire thing is filled up with coal. So, yeah, a little bit wary of that. I forgot the iron frames and iron sheets again, damn it. But okay. That guy is still producing nicely. Okay, so guys, then we're gonna end the stream now. Let's do a retrospective on what we did today. Well, first of all, we ensured that our atmospherics are not exploding again, so that stuff is working again. Holy shit, look at... So... that stuff doesn't explode anymore. We get specific, like a passive liquid drain and a small little liquid storage for the waste network. Just to make sure that everything is working fine. Just to make sure that, yeah, that it's everything, just so everything is working fine. The thing is, when we are done, there you go. Fuck! I left that thing on. It's rather cold. We will see. I mean, the combustion centrifuge is still running, and it will take a little bit of time till that stuff equalizes. So, yeah. We will see. Gonna get rid of the furnace. Okay, so, yeah. What's the... So, retrospective. Right, since we're gonna end the stream now. Let's put all of that away. So, we put that thing in here as a safety measure, so we can store a bunch of liquids and let it heat up and then evaporate again a little bit, so that we can then filter it. Then yeah, we generally speaking have here our filtration units doing stuff now. Also a passive drain on top there to ensure that this pipe doesn't explode anymore. Then we automated fuel production, essentially, a little bit. I need to get rid of that. And yeah, automated fuel production, which was necessary since we now have not a fully a semi-automated how's it called, combustion centrifuge, and we finished our facility. So we also replaced those pipes here via with insulated pipes, and we finally finished our sorting and smelting facility here. Sorting, smelting, and stacking, and then the final storage is a vending machine. We also got the coal now for the coal generator. The coal generator is not automated yet, so that's why I have made a chip so that we can automate the coal generator. So make it so like having it wait for like you're calculating the average of the power stuff that is going on down there. Getting the average there essentially, and then based on the average decide if it shall run or not. Yep. We completed here all the chutes, the sorting facility, the smelters, arc furnace, everything is done. We learned about the combustion centrifuge, on how that one is supposed to be operated, and based on that we create an integrated circuit. The integrated circuit is also able to program the logic sorters that we got here. They are working, and the integrated circuit is also activating, as you can see here, pressing that, all of these arc furnaces every half second. No wait, every second. Activating all of those furnaces here so that they produce their respective stuff. And we dump everything into the vending machine, the replaced vending machine. We also a little bit replaced those two wind turbines here, as we needed that space, and we got rid of the old facility to place down our new stuff. Made a little bit of rewiring here, and yeah, and now we have here a nice little vending machine where we can get the various things. Like here, 500 grams of copper, 500 grams of iron, and yeah, we will see how it goes from there. Yeah, the thing is, the combustion, the IC that is controlling the, well, essentially the entire deep ore miner facility, which is really cool that we run everything from this single IC. The entire facility, the entire deep ore facility. I mean, it's lovely. Yeah, that one is sadly does not have yet the entire combustion centrifuge automated. There are also some other things that we could consider. For example, we could let that IC also control the coal power production if we want to. And we could also try to have that guy care about power usage and turn off and for example turn off these arc furnaces when they are not needed anymore, because they still require power when they are turned on. It require like that one requires they require 5 watt in idle, and over here require power 5. They still only require 5? So it does the power usage not change? That's odd. I would have expected that. And we have also a lot of stackers here now that are continuously running, and they also require a lot of power. If I remember correctly. Require power 50, yeah. That can't be the case, that the arc furnaces, the active arc furnaces require less power than a stacker. Can't be. But yeah, so like that's also something we could consider. Also those guys here, the deep ore miners.